for some reason the stream key was not allowing me to send packets to YouTube. So there we go. So welcome everyone to the Tuesday edition of the stream. Lullaby Jazz says, "Hey Adam, really love your content. Is there any chance you could make a video about hexagon tile map in pixel art, like a pixel art hexagon game?" I would love to do that. Actually, I'd love to do a hexagon pixel art side game. I don't have much reason to do it other than to make a tutorial about it, but I'd love to do it nonetheless, because I'm thinking about making a hexagon based game at some point. Okay. So, hey, Mr. C. Hey, Kenjimaru. Hey, Too Good Toucan. Okay. So, let's get into the stream today. Just going to fire up everything to get it where it needs to be. And we're good to go. Yeah, I'd do it. I'd do it. I haven't really done it before, but I'd give it a go. Okay. So my intent here is to get as far as I can towards distributing this today as possible. We can write down some success criteria for what that looks like. What are we actually hoping to get out of today? Let's think about it here in a new section that we will call distribution tasks. In fact, we could probably take this over here and go distribution, paste it there. Okay, and let's put this at 0, 0. Okay, so what do we need to do in order to distribute scene map? And while we're there, I want to grab one of my lovely checkboxes, my tasks. Distribution tasks. Okay. So, first thing we need to do is figure out how to set up a Unity asset store listing. How do we update packages once they're on the store? What do we need for the listing page itself? Hey, Meowj. Okay. Lots of questions. This is Figma. Okay. So first thing we want to do is I definitely want to check out the asset store, and if there's any kind of like developer documentation for that Unity asset store for submissions. Okay, let's have a read. Asset Store Submission Guidelines. Overview. This guide informs new and existing publishers about the technical compatibility requirements for products submitted to the Unity Asset Store. To ensure that content meets a consistent standard, the Asset Store team checks your incoming submissions against these guidelines. Content restrictions. All right, quick one. Don't throw any errors. Depend on... disclose dependencies. Make it not crap. Small submission size. Must include demo scenes if they're in these categories. Insecure content. Publication is not guaranteed. The display must not impact the integrity of Unity servers. Packages include MCP or AI connected functionality, might only use developer project or customer as necessary. Packages are rejected if developer or customer data is used to train external. Nope. Packages are rejected if NCP or AI connected functionality causes unreasonable degradation of the Unity editor. No worries. Legal. Basically, we own it and nobody else owns anything to do with it. That's fine. Versions of Unity. New asset must be published. Must use Unity version 2022.3 or newer. That's fine. Restrictive content and light products. Submissions do not include any functionality that restricts users from using content and features to their full extent. So like, you can't do like, get this and then pay this much after. Submissions do not have any artificial limits implemented on functionality or usability. However, software as a service connected SDKs are permitted to enforce usage-based limits. Yeah. So you can't say, hey, you get a free thing. Is that what it's saying? Notwithstanding the foregoing exception made for software as a service connected SDKs, which are submitted through, yeah. Any function that restricts to use, including DRM, time restrictions, registration, they have to just be as is. Did I get my Switch SDK? I have the Switch SDK. I haven't tested Insignia on it right now. That might be somebody else's job. When all things are said and done, it might not be me who's actually doing the porting. I just wanted one so that I could test it at least. But it's looking like, I don't know. To be honest, so okay, let's get through this first, and then we'll talk a little bit more about. I just want to get through this list, and then we'll talk about Insignia distribution. Applications and services. Until further notice, the Asset Store is not accepting any submissions that include executables. Packages include functionality using third-party APIs, clearly describe how the APIs are stored. Packages that interact with third-party must have terms of API usage and cost. If you're an online service, no worries. Analytics collection must opt in. Yep. Generative AI, don't worry about that. Product specifications, the packages are nested under one root folder. Exceptions include assets in the folders outlined, for example, gizmos or editor default resources. Sure. Assets are sorted into appropriate folders. Packages do not contain any duplicate or redundant files. Content is not included in any folder named Asset Store Tools. File names are not excessively lengthened. UPM package path, hello, is the it's being measured towards the limit. Okay. For a Unity package, measuring starts at the project's root folder. If submissions by one publisher containing largely identical content, yep, no worries. Package bundles contain entirely the marketed content. Compressed files do not contain .unity package or archive files that obscure the majority of the content. Documentation is required if your package includes code or shaders, has configuration options, or requires setup. It must be comprehensive. Local offline documentation is strongly recommended. So we need a .pdf or HTML or whatever. Okay. Video documentation tutorials are not included in your package but may be hosted online. Okay, that's good to know. Let's take that with us and put that here. We learned something. Art. All meshes. Meshes are in 1 unit minutes. Yeah, it's fine. Yep. No worries. No models. Animations. We don't have any animations. Sprites are imported with the sprite import settings correctly named. That's fine. Textures, materials, and GUI packs. Image files, lossless compression, format. Sure. Normal maps, no worries. Scripts. All code is contained in a user-declared namespaces. Code cannot be contained in official Unity namespaces or those that include Unity or other trademarks. Assets that support Android build this. Submissions do not contain script files in unsupported programming languages. Script files should be editable, readable. Yep, scripts are written in a consistent style. Sure. Names of namespaces, interfaces, classes, functions, or other code entities are intended. Offerings must not use a Unity editor internal APIs discovered through reflection or similar mechanisms. Ooh. I don't know if that affects us. I actually have no idea if graph view is considered. I don't think we use reflection. I don't think we do that. Starting the Unity editor 6.6, all packages must support entering play mode with domain reload settings disabled. At time of submission, your package must not contain any deprecated or obsolete API warnings on the latest supported Unity editor version. Okay. Guidelines in this essential and template audio platform compatibility must be designed for Unity. Sure. Product marketing. A description text accurately covers all component. What am I doing? Description text accurately covers all important aspects or key features of your product. Dependencies, functionality, requirements. Sure. Description text lists for art lists the number of unique assets or asset types included in your product. Okay, so if we're like saying, hey, it's an asset pack, there's 300, it needs to be 300. Packages with several editions, Light Pro, include a comparison of the features. Oh, so you can do Light or Pro, but you can't have the Light, you can't have a version have two splits inside of it. You have to have a separate split for that. That's fine. All publishers have an active email address. Sure. Inactive links may be grounds for deprecation. Publisher enrollment. UPM must pass so UPM is Unity Package Manager. Cool. Okay. That's all we have to do. We now know what we need. These are the guidelines. Okay. Good to know. So there was a question about Switch SDK and just Insignia development in general. I wanted to kind of just give you guys a quick update on where Insignia is at in terms of its publishing and production planning. So Insignia is currently on the road to being a big game. That's the first thing I'll say. Although I've been developing it for the majority of the time, although I've been developing it for the majority of time as a solo project and more recently expanded to a team, to distribute the game at the level of quality that I started it, it feels like the game might need quite a lot of funding to basically support the payment of quite a lot more people being involved. that's to maintain the scale or even increase the scale of production to make it more impressive or more, to realize its potential, basically. That's kind of what it will need, right? And so a typical kind of like a known publisher name would be what we'd be searching for. But in order to attract one of those publishers the way that I'd like to, I feel quite strongly about needing to provide a really clear production timeline and budget, as well as to provide some kind of identity of who's going to be working on the game, fulfilling that budget and that timeline. In the last couple of weeks, I've been reaching out to some studios for hire here in Sydney that I'm friendly with to see if they'd be interested working on the project with me as part of the pitch. As in the pitch deck, I say, well, this is what we're going to make, this is who's going to be working on it, and this is how long it's going to take us to make this and how much money we need to do it. In order to have that be clear, I basically need sign off from one of these teams like, hey, yeah, we'll help you with distribution and development or whatever. I haven't really gone too far down that road yet. I've only asked a couple of teams, but my concern is that for anyone getting involved, there's going to be a little bit of it's quite an upheaval for a team to sort of pivot into just helping out one team. Like this is kind of like a really big project relative to what people in Sydney typically work on. Like most of the teams I'm friendly with are indies who have no more people than I do working together. So to say, hey, come work on my game for like over a year is a bit, it's scary for them, because they have to stop what they're doing and move over. Now, I could go bigger, but my concern is that will create a requirement for those companies to, I guess they'll be more expensive really at that point. If I go for a bigger team, they become, majority developers on the project or something like that. Or they might just be less interested if they're self-sufficient. So I'm kind of faced with this ongoing question of, hey, like, how do I solve this catch-22? It's kind of like the thing of, you need 3 years experience to get a job in the industry. You know what I mean? It's like, well, how do I get 3 years experience if I've never had a job before and all the jobs require me to have 3 years experience? It's a bit like that, where it's like, well, how do I make sure that I'm able to bring in stakeholders on board if there are no stakeholders on board? And once there are stakeholders on board, I think it becomes easier for more people to join in and add velocity to the thing. In the meantime, it's like, well, my other option is like, can I keep it small? If I can do that, maybe I don't need all of this external budget and external funding and external everything. But that requires me to, organize the team at a level that's much higher than what I'm currently doing. Like it needs to be like, essentially we do still need a team to do that. That's bigger than what we currently have. So I'm feeling a little bit stuck at the moment. I don't have like a clear answer. My goal right now is to solve my immediate money issues by getting scene map out and then tackle the Insignia one. But in the meantime, like I'm still doing as much contacting around and seeing what options I have for Insignia as possible. But it might require me to I don't know, reach even further afield. What do I mean by as big? Well, yeah, like either lower the production quality or lower the content volume so that the team can be smaller, so that the ask is smaller and the risk is smaller. I just think we're in a time. I mean, look, I have not taken this to a publisher directly, but yeah, everyone that I've spoken to is like, you know, for us to be comfortable working on it, you know, we need to have these things clarified and securities. And so it's kind of like, well, that's going to make an involvement of a third party would make the pitch a lot clearer, but without secured funding from the pitch, it's hard to get those people involved. So I think like what I'd like to do is maybe I do like a start of a conversation pitch with a few publishers and say, hey, like, this is what I'm looking to do. With your blessing, I'd like to kind of line up a runway so that I can get these people on board. If I've got you behind me, I can say, hey, this is where I'm at. Let's do this. I don't know if that's putting the cart before the horse. I guess it's up to me to drum up that excitement. But yeah, it's managing this risk stuff is a little frustrating to me. Like for me personally, part of me is like, wouldn't it be faster to just make the game yourself? Like you're spending months and months and months, almost a year now, you know, not exclusively, but like a few hours a week all year dealing with this like publishing thing, you know. Could I get a lot further along faster if I just went for it? But, you know, I don't know how practical that is, or I don't think that's necessarily realistic. It's just a feeling that I have. So, you know, we're just doing our best. Not something to be concerned about today, at least until after we've done the scene map stuff we're doing today. So that's pretty clear. Sell assets. Go to the publisher portal. Okay. Create and upload your asset. Create a package. Submission guidelines. Asset store tools. It's literally an uploader. How do I... Bro, I can't handle it. What do I do here? Oh, it will play. Okay. So
in this video, we're going to look at how to publish content on the Unity Asset Store.
No, I'm not finished. I'm just checking.
In order to be approved and reach the Unity community, submitted packages follow a review process led by the Unity curation team. To avoid rejection and save time, it's essential to prepare your work following the guidelines. You can find all the needed information inside the submission guidelines and the Asset Store provider agreement. Be sure to read them. The first thing to do is log in to the Asset Store Publisher panel using your Unity account. To unlock all the panel features and be able to create and upload packages, we need to fill in the publisher profile. Let's click on Create Profile. Inside the new panel,
I don't want to learn a lot. I want to make money.
we are requested to fill in the publisher name, publisher website, and to agree to the terms and conditions. Once done, we land on the profile page, which contains basic information that helps the user to discover and connect with you. This page helps attract potential customers and present yourself, your brand, and your work by adding promotional images, videos, and messages. Be careful. Violating trademarks, brands, or adding inappropriate content will lead to your submission being rejected. Back in the publisher portal, it's now time to create a package. First of all, we need a package name and a category.
Let's speed him up a little.
Choose a simple and searchable name. Duplicated names in the Asset Store are not allowed, so it must be unique. The category is a filter that helps your work to be found easily. Within the asset store, customers can filter the list of packages by the category that they choose. For real usage examples, look in the asset store to see which category is commonly used for assets similar to yours. Let's proceed by confirming. You'll be able to change the name and the category at any time. In this new section, we're able to edit all the metadata related to our package. Note that your package at the moment is a draft. This state only means that the package has not been submitted to the asset store yet. Package status is visible by clicking on View All Packages. Most common status for packages are draft, published, rejected, and pending. A package is published when it has passed the review of the Unity curation team and it has been released on the asset store. It's in a pending state when it has been submitted and is waiting for revision. It is rejected if it gets rejected because it doesn't respect one or more guidelines. If your package gets rejected, you'll always be informed about what the problem is so that you can submit it again once you fix the issues. Back to the package metadata. Under the package name field, a few tabs need to be filled out. You can see an orange icon next to each metadata tab. This means that the related tab has some required fields that need to be filled before submitting. Inside this package upload tab, for example, we still have to upload our package. We'll cover the necessary steps very soon. Let's first concentrate on the other metadata tabs. Inside the release note tab, we're able to set the release version of the package and the related changelog. For easy and clear versioning of your package, we suggest using the major point minor point patch versioning standard. In the changelog field, you must inform customers of all the relevant changes, bug fixes, or new features that this version brings. Please note that the text you submit here will replace the old changelog text, so make sure to preserve any existing changes in your new entry. The description tab contains key information for the success of your package. The summary and the technical details are required fields. The description is optional, but we suggest to fill it to stand out from the crowd. It's worth noting that although optional, having a clear and informative description will help customers to make informed purchases. The summary is a short text where you have to explain what the package is about, who it's for, and what it contains. The technical details field contains technical information about the contents of the package. For example, if a customer is looking for a 3D package, it's essential for them to know in advance information like the poly count of the package's models, if models are unwrapped, etc. A dropdown with ready-to-use templates will help you to cover all the key information necessary for approval. Be sure to read the submission guidelines, in particular, if your package contains third-party assets, dependencies, or other requirements. The description field is optional, and you can use it to add extra information, hints, and advice about your package. Inside the details tab, you can decide your package's price and add keywords to it. If you have doubts about the price, we suggest that you check the prices of packages similar to yours on the asset store. Keywords will help people find your package when they search in the asset store. The system recommends some keywords based on the picked category. Feel free to select them or add new descriptive words that fit your package. In the public link section, there are the asset store links associated with the package. We provide a shorter version of the original link for better sharing. These links will be accessible after the package is published and will not change. Media upload allows us to upload and link media necessary to show and represent the package. It's very important to choose appealing media, as this is one of the main factors that induce a potential customer to click on your package. You need to add different types of images and/or videos, each with its purpose and aspect ratio. Please read the provided standards carefully so that your images can look their best in the store. The last panel is called localization. Here you can add different languages to bring your packages to the widest audience possible. Now that we've seen the package's metadata, it's time to upload the package files. To do this, we need to open Unity. For this example, we want to upload a collection of 3D assets. The first thing to do is to organize the folder structure of your package. All the package assets should be in a folder with either your publisher's name or the package name as the title. Let's create a folder called Unity Technologies, our publisher name, and another folder inside it called 3D Game Kit Character Pack Examples, and drag inside all the relevant folders we want to upload. To validate and upload the package, we open the asset store and install a package called Asset Store Tools. Once the import process is complete, let's open the Package Validator under Asset Store Tools, Package Validator. This is an extremely useful tool that helps detect any possible incompatibilities and guidelines that the package may break. Let's click on Set Path and choose the root folder we've just created. Now click Scan. As you can see, our package is breaking a fundamental rule of the submission guidelines. It doesn't include a scene to showcase the products. So, we create a new scene with good lighting and add all the available models prefabs. Now, if we check again with the Validator tool, we see with pleasure that no errors are displayed. To upload the project, we need to go to Asset Store Tools, Package Upload. Inside the prompt, we log in with the Unity account that we've used to access the publisher portal and create the draft package. If the login is successful, the tool starts fetching the account information and shows the packages available in your account. We select our 3D Game Kit Character Pack draft package from the list, select the project's root folder, and since the package doesn't contain package manager dependencies, we can click Upload. Unity starts to create a package with the specified content, and then it displays a bar showing the uploading process percentage. Being validated by the package validator doesn't guarantee that your project will be released on the asset store. Your package will be released once the Unity curation team has successfully reviewed it. Now we're done with the Unity editor process. If we now access the publisher portal, we see that the draft package has a size. This is already a good sign, meaning that our package has been uploaded and processed correctly by the portal. Let's open the package's settings and go into the Upload Your Package section. The package is described by the Unity version we use to upload it, upload date, size, and the number of files that it contains. Inside the red box, the information that we need to fill in is highlighted. In particular, we need to specify which render pipelines are supported and if the package has asset store dependencies. Before submitting, let's check the asset store page preview of our package. Everything seems okay. So we're now ready to save and click Submit. In this newly opened pop-up, we're able to add additional notes for the curation team. Also, there's an option to auto-publish the package as soon as it's approved. Let's click Confirm. You've now sent your first package for approval. Good job. A confirmation email will be sent to your inbox.
This is important. Almost 2 weeks you have to wait. At least they did in this video from 5 years ago.
The package is now in a pending state, and the Unity curation team will review your package. The process will take a few business days to
You are 300th in the queue.
complete. Sharing your work on the Unity App Store is an easy and direct way to reach the Unity community. By following the steps presented in this video, and by reading the official guidelines, you'll be able to present your project in the best possible way and help to ensure a smooth release process. We can't wait to see your creations.
Hey,
Thanks for
Dr.
watching.
Mikachu. Welcome. How's it going? Sup, Japan side quest? What's happening? Hey! Nice to see you. Nice to meet you. So, get started with packages. Well, we know how this works. Hey, it's going okay. Yeah. It looks like paid assets can be in the UPM. Let's ask, I don't know, Gemini. Not that Gemini is very good typically, but it's still worth asking the question. Is it possible for paid Unity asset store packages to be hosted to use the UPM? I expect so, right? Like, I'm pretty sure Hot Reload does or whatever. If I go to the UPM, Hot Reload, I'm assuming that I don't really know how. I mean, I did pay for Hot Reload and it's here, so that must be the case. Unity officially introduced native UPM publishing in the asset store for free tools, extensions and SDKs. However, natively published paid packages to the UPM portal is currently in early access and restricted to selected asset categories. Historically, Unity has stated that they're working on rolling out UPM support for paid assets, but for now, the classic .unity package format remains the required standard. Is that true? That sucks. Okay. Okay, I have to sign in. I mean, I don't really want to do this on stream. So I guess that's an offline task. Okay. Okay, so we're pretty much there. Next thing we have to do is also start thinking about marketing kind of like material. So like when we go over to here, not marketing material, but like, yeah, like the asset store page and stuff like that. I love the logo, really happy with it. I think we did a good job. Then it's now about like these thumbnails. Like, do we want to use the Insignia ones? Is there some better thing we could do? I think the Insignia ones are fine. I might have to do sort of like a selection of them. There's a problem that I really want to solve, which is I don't like the backgrounds of a lot of these, in that they don't, the actual background doesn't extend into the back. This is more like an Insignia thing. But I've got these scrolling backgrounds, and they get cut off because obviously the asset just gets cut off. And so there's no real, I don't know, there's no real answer for that. There's nothing I can really do to like have this screenshot make this blue go to the top or this blue go to the top. It just needs to be correct at the, like, at this level. I would need to bring this asset up or something. And I don't think there's an easy way to do that. Like I could try doing just that, but that obviously is going to change the way that it looks pretty drastically. So I would need, I've got an anchor here. I could bring the anchor down. That doesn't work. I could bring the anchor up. higher. It helps, but it pushes everything else out when I do that. So yeah, maybe just for the screenshots, but it is a long-term Insignia problem as well, of just like the game's world map is affected by this. You see that? I just don't like that. And there are other problems here too. I'm thinking it might need to be something where I have like a world background. So like this whole group gets a background, and then this, rather than use the background, I actually just keep this out of the preview and use like a blue, just like a flat color or an image as just like, yeah, as the thing. Because I can make it not appear. That's no problem. If I put it on a layer that doesn't get rendered. I just think that unfortunately, the background is so integral into what the level looks like. Like it's so obviously this big blue stripe. It's like, that's how you recognize the level in this here. I think the maps are actually very useful that way. So I would need to either cut off the top, right, which is doable, but would affect the camera because the camera bound is what I use to do this. So like it's up there because it's up there for a reason. You know, if I bring this down to there and this down to here, well, now this will work, at least closer. But if I go to the game, now it gets cut off. So, and there's no setting I can use, I think, right now to stop the camera from caring about that. So, so I'm stuck with this thing. I can make a second set of bounds just for the thumbnail. It's possible. There are other problems here, like this one here. I can't even see it at all, that background. Because I've done some funky something. I could create a background that just like turns itself off or something. Like I could do something. But again, it's kind of like, I think a tiled blue sky thing would be better here than anything else. I don't know. Let's do a little test. See, not as good, is it? And I could take away these three. It's not bad, but it's certainly not what I would expect to see. And I don't think this was part of the reason why I actually made them more pixelated, because it's less of an emphasis, right? When you do this. It's sort of more just like, hey, look at the geometry. But even so in this context here, it's a little awkward. I can add in fact, I'm pretty sure I have a node background color. If I just made it like sky blue, I don't know what happens. There you go. So maybe we could get like the brightest color in the scene. Maybe just like, or like this one. What is going on? That's happened more than once recently. Yeah, so we get this, which is somewhat better, but not fantastic. I suppose the alternative would be something like going to the scene. No, that's not really in the plan. The alternative would be doing something like setting this to like a tile mode. And really stretching it out. Or even actually a tile mode would be good. Sorry, a sliced mode. Or I take the last color. If I do a 9 slice where I take the last color on the edges and just make that an infinite repeating thing, we could do something like that. Not really my preference though. You know, it kind of helps. Still looks good. It doesn't break in that context. So I would need to go to this file. Yeah, of course. I am thinking about Insignia a lot and what I can do to make sure that it stays, as in my control as possible. It's a tough one. You know what I could do? The alternative would be take this. Flip it vertically. But not all of it, just like this much. And then you never see that. But if I need it to loop, now I get this, which will play out much more nicely. Especially if I can get that x-axis sorted. Was this for use in the in-game map? Was this for your use? Yeah. Oh, actually, do you know what? I don't think this is going to work the way I want it to. Because I think it's actually this that's creating the issue, is it? No, it looks like it might just be... I don't know. Not sure why that does that. Oh no, it does. It fixes it. So yeah, maybe that's a solution. Hey, Indian. Maybe we could do that. Okay. So we do get closer. Well, the thing is, how do I manage those? How would I manage it, Zoranak? Like, they're not just screenshots. They are like accurate representations of the level geometry with accurate positions of the doors. But I agree with you. I mean, it's not easy. It's just that it mostly works for a lot of these. So I don't know. I mean, look, long term, maybe we... Oh, hello. Long term, maybe we don't get the option. We just have to use some sort of fake system right at the end. But like, the closer I can get, the better. Like, this works. You know, this works. A lot of these work, especially most of the interiors. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we can always do an override right at the end. It's just, in the meantime, if I can come up with a strategy, like this looks fine, this one. If I can do a strategy that just lets me get this far, then we win. Even that is not bad. Wouldn't mind even doing some sort of like, I don't know, some sort of repeating texture. I know they don't look great. I understand that. Actually kind of look better with the gray theme. Yeah, it's a shame because I think this is like if I could move it to be even here, I think it would be much better. But I don't think that it will do that. Well, that looks actually fine. Why did that work differently? Is it the anchor position? Yeah, I want to see the full mountain though. So it actually is the anchor position. Yeah, mostly just keep it where it was. Wait a second. If it's too far over to the back, do I push this back this way? Oh, back closer to where it actually is. That's pretty good. So I should just be able to move around the anchor point and not move the art, and then the art can look like what I want it to look like here. So does that mean I can do like this and then put the anchor here? I mean, that looks good to me. I think I wanted it to be I wanted to see the forest a little bit more. So do I put the anchor up higher? No, I put it lower. Cool. That's perfect. So I think that's okay. That's pretty serviceable. This is a little bit of an issue, but not crazy. We could fix that. This I feel like should go, well, there's no way that it can go to make it work, unfortunately. I think we just have to deal with that. I can't fix that. We could do custom background colors for scenes. Like a custom skybox. My concern is like this one's going to get a blue background. Yeah, which it shouldn't have. Well, I'm not so sure about that. That's the thing. I'm not so sure that, like, when you overwrite them, the problem is you have to, if you update the level geometry, you have to rewrite it. You have to make a new image every single time. So that to me seems bad. I don't think that'll work. Whereas here, like, okay, I just made an override and now it's fine. Everything will work the way it should. Even if I change the level geometry, it'll still work. I don't have to like re-export another image. Yeah, I find tooling very fun. Couldn't the positions on the rectangle scale to their relative positions on the new rectangle? I don't know what that even means. Actually, I have this thing called scene meta where I already have a background color. So maybe I can have it hook into that. Some sort of background color reference inside of the level scrolling bounds thing. So this has a thing called scene graph boundary. Maybe we can provide a background color override here. I think that's actually a good idea. Where do I post this? The nodes on the scene visual box. You could reposition them relative to the shape of the overriding image. But you would have to do that by hand. Like if I post an image, the point is if I take a screenshot of this, right? Like this, and then I change the geometry of the level, right? The level updates. Now I need to take another screenshot and paste it on it. Anytime for any level that I want to do an update, I have to take a new screenshot that's doctored. And even if I only want to do that doctoring process right before we ship, I still need to think about if we make an edit as part of some kind of, I don't know, bug fix, re-doctoring it. That just doesn't make a ton of sense to me. So like my concern is like with the level like this, the other concept would be, what if you just take a screenshot, take another screenshot, take another screenshot, and just keep taking screenshots? The problem is this parallaxing would get smeared all the way across the screen. There'd be no way to solve that. Like there is no image that is representative of the whole level this way. The best I could do is bring this up to, you know, here or something, and then scale it or something. Maybe like if I could scale the image by the parallaxing, that could maybe do something, but I don't think that's quite what we would want. It could also be that you don't have the exact layout to be the visual. Like the visual could be an image of the main visual feature, but that now you're defeating the actual purpose of scene graph. Now you're literally taking away the whole point of this as a tool. The tool is that it's a representation of the space. If it's just a screenshot of something, now we're not even looking at the game anymore. We're looking at something else. If you mean specifically for the in-game map, maybe that's possible. Just for the sake of like that. But the whole point of this map is that it's the game map. Like it's for Insignia, at least, it's totally on purpose that we do that. You know, that's not like a side effect. And I wouldn't change it. I mean, I'd really not like to do much to change that much. Like if I could crop this if I wanted, but then like, where do I represent this door in the preview? You know? Yeah. 9:48 p.m. Not where I'm from. Not where I'm from. Okay, this looks fine. Could be a little higher up. It's going to be on Steam. That's right. So now I can take this one and I don't know why it's like nighttime. It's so dark. It's not though. Hang on. Why? None of the others look like that. How does it determine which lighting to use in this scene? Oh. There we go. I do have a lot of experience with Aseprite. Maybe more experience with Aseprite than anybody on Twitch. Can you create hurt boxes and hitboxes? I have my own system that I use to create hurt boxes and hitboxes. So for me, it's, you know, I have a system like this and I place them inside of, like, in Unity. And I made it look like Aseprite. But in Aseprite, I mean, like, the closest thing that you could do, in my opinion, would be you could hypothetically use slices to make hitboxes. It's not impossible. It might be a little bit difficult, but it's not impossible. I don't have a tutorial on this. I don't have anything like this, but it's possible. If you do, like, give me a second. Let me cue this up for you. Okay. So, I have this, right? What you can do is, if you go to slices, I have mine turned off at the moment, so it's harder for me to get to them, but they're not that hard to get to. I think it's in edit maybe, and then slices. It's in a really weird spot in the UI. Oh man, where is it? Shift C, I've got it on. Okay, so with Shift C, you pick a whatever and you draw your slice. This slice, you give it a name. And then you can give it properties too. And those properties, you can add data to them. So you could say, okay, this is my slice. It has like damage, you know, 3 or something. You could probably do some sort of like JSON if you really wanted. You could just sort of JSON style formatting or whatever. And then you could read this in your game if you really wanted to. The thing is, I'm not sure that it will stick around. I can't remember if, I don't think it's localized. So it might not be like easy to say like which frame this is supposed to be for. So yeah, that's kind of about as far as I've ever gotten thinking about it. Yeah. You could say, I mean, you could say which, you could say frames, frame start 1, frame end. You do commas here. Three. And then you could probably do a little plugin to make that easier to do. It's possible with like Lua scripting. If you go like, you could create a script, and then you could have that script sit as a toolbar. I think it's possible, for sure. I just don't know how. Dude, I probably could have created Retrobox doing this system. Maybe I should be doing that. Dude, this is totally doable. Yeah, I think it's possible. The problem is going to be like the selectively showing or hiding them is going to be really tough, because they're not really designed to not live next to each other. You can export each slice as a different sprite using the split slice option. You can export the slice information on a sprite sheet as JSON data. There is a thing here that says frame 0. So maybe there is a way to do it on the frame. I wonder if transform does it. Deselect slices. I don't know what the story is with this, how to make it sit in the correct spot. I'm not actually sure how to make it only last on this frame. There's not really an easy, straightforward way to do that. Looks like they never got around to doing it. This option has been open since 2015. Since before Insignia was even a project, this has been an open issue. Wait, they are planning on doing hitbox layers? What? This is March 3rd. This is not that long ago. Dude, it's Aseprite. Aseprite is actually one of the craziest pieces of software. Maybe it's the only piece of software that I actually know, you know, is in development and like that I have this kind of access to. But like, it feels like decades go by and features don't get released. Like, how is it possible? I know David works very hard on it and he's got a team of people that he works with, but it's crazy to me that like, what is the, like, how is it possible? Do you know what I mean? How deep is this tool? You would think it's not that complicated. So how do they get to like hitboxes? This is like a completely internal thing. Like, I get that, like, I mean, obviously it's complicated, but like we're in the span of like, how is it possible? Anyway, not for me to worry about. Obviously it must be incredibly complicated. But I think it's possible. I think you could probably, if you were really keen on vibe coding it, I think you could vibe code some kind of Lua plugin for Aseprite that would create a new window, and that window allows you to place hitbox data on the frame. I think it might be possible. I don't know if it supports metadata that way. It might not. But if there's any way of attaching metadata into the Aseprite file, I would do it that way. Or you got to do it my way, which is build an entire tool inside of a different engine, inside of your game engine to handle it. This took me like 2 or 3 months. I wish I didn't have to have done this, but it does interesting things too. I mean, I built other features to it. Like you can have a hitbox last a number of frames. You can attach a bunch of properties to the hitbox. There are also frame properties too. So for placeholder sprites, I want to do color blocked limbs for dialing animations in. Yeah, that's what you should do. That's what I do. No worries. Yeah, good luck. I mean, the user data it's tough. The only thing is you're going to have to deal with them sitting around, right? When you make a slice, you have to be okay with it just sort of like existing there forever. So if you have multiple hitboxes, you know, you're going to have to be, if it's a small project, I think you'll be okay. If it's a big project, I feel sorry for you. Like in that video, in this thing, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, you know, different attacks. And then if it's hurt boxes as well, now you're looking at like the hurt boxes and the hit boxes. So it's you know, some of these get pretty complicated. Okay. So we're working on scene map. That's going away. That can go away for now. So What are we doing? I need a clear task. We just work on Insignia right now. I'd like to work on scene map, but the only thing I can think of is maybe like starting the settings system. I feel like I'm waiting on Elzak for that because he's got some dev to do on it. And he's also working on the links, which I can't do if he's doing it. And then it's really just branding and stuff, but a lot of that's onboarding related, which again, I can't do until I know what the features are. So I'm kind of blocked, I think. I might just do Insignia stuff then today. I mean, what else would we do? I would like to actually, maybe I could do the support for this background feature. I could just do that right now. I don't think he'll mind. OneDrive? Dude, I hate OneDrive. Can't stand it. It's probably the worst cloud system there is. I can't stand it. It's so bad at checking when your files need updating. And when you need it, it's like you got to wait 20 minutes. It's terrible. And then it's like they hold your files for ransom. They don't know, like, if you delete it here, whether you want it deleted up in the cloud. It's just crappy. All right. So event connection, nope. It's the snapshot system, which is, I think, part of what I guess we would call the runtime. Screenshot container, screenshot importer. No. It might be in node view, actually. Quick snapshot. Clear color. So this has a scene. It has a camera transform, orthographic pixel size. If we go to, well, the other place to look for this would be literally in level scrolling bounds at scene graph boundary. You can edit the script and see where it lives. So here, this returns what? What does it do when we update this? Inspector editor on inspector GUI help box. That's it. What the heck? Wait, how does this affect? Is it looking for that? Ah, it finds it. And then I suppose it has its position and scale, and that's what it's using. Uh-huh. Okay. I could alternatively use my own system for this. By having a component that I'm gonna tell Zach about it. Or I gotta put it in like an issues thing. Hey, who's this? Mr. TGV. Welcome. What's going on? How was the stream? What's going on, chat? How's everyone doing today? We are working on a plugin for Unity. We are working on this, which is a tool that I am building called Scene Map, which is a kind of like accurate preview / map / scene management tool for Unity. Sup? So what this does is basically shows you what your game looks like in scenes. And then you can use it as a world map in your game, and you can use it to organize how the scenes work in the game as well. So you can basically like take a bunch of scenes, go, hey, I want to group these scenes, and then I want to take that group and organize it into like level, like this is like world 1-1 of Mario Brothers, right? Like world 1. So it says 1-1, 1-2, 1-3, 1-4. So it'll just auto go between those levels. When you beat the level, you just call a function. And then we've got other things. So we've got like events. So you can go, okay, when you do on warp pipe, you go to this level. And then when you do something else, right, you can go to that level. So that's pretty cool. And if your game is like a Metroidvania style like mine, if you actually just have door game objects in your game, it can find them and then let you drag between them. So you can literally just go like, oh, okay, I want this level over here to be connected to that one. And now it is in the game. That's not like it's not a representation. It literally will work that way right now. So if I go over to here, oh, sorry, I'm not supposed to be able to do that yet. Still in development. Yeah, so if I'm here and I like skip this cutscene, just walk left, now I'm here. And this is literally that. So I changed that. Like, actually, I'm pretty sure I can change it at runtime. I think I can just make it go that way now if I want. So now if I go back, hang on, I gotta save it. Will it let me? It might not. Hang on. There's no save button for that. Oh well. Anyway, it works. It works if I press it again. So leave out here, and then hey, now we're over here. So it is a mapping system for your game, and it takes the screenshots as well. You can manage all of your events pretty straightforwardly. Yeah. So you can be like, I want both of these to be on warp pipe. Now you can go make them both on warp pipe. Then you can just click and delete. This is a big modification on top of like Unity's graph view system for shaders, for shader graph. So a lot of custom code to make the toolbars appear and all that kind of stuff. Yo, random question, but what's the best way to learn programming for software? Depends on the language, depends on whether it's for games or for productivity. If it's for, I mean, like knowing exactly what you need is always going to be the easiest thing for like learning code. So, you know, if you're trying to do front-end dev, then learning front-end dev is your goal there. If you're just trying to do like general computer science, I mean, going to university is still not the worst thing you could do. But otherwise, online courses for programming basics, you kind of just like follow a CS course, I think is still really valuable. Your dream job is software dev. Right, but software dev is still pretty broad. So again, you either get like a general computer science education, or you have like a very specific goal-oriented approach. So maybe if you want to build software yourself, like specifically you have an idea for something you want to build, you can go that way. You could say, okay, I want to build, I don't know, tools for video editing, right? Like there's a bunch of stuff that I could point you to say, okay, well, you need to be able to, you know, look up these kind of, I guess, like think about codecs and compression algorithms and video containers and, you know, blah, blah, blah. Hardware accelerated rendering. And then you could sort of look up like, okay, what kind of libraries do I use? What kind of graphics stuff? But in terms of like, as a super, super, super junior, never worked on anything before, programming fundamentals is a great start, because like, how else are you gonna, you still need to know what like functions are and what variables are and what classes are and that stuff. So yeah, like I can't do half the stuff TJ does. Like we just got rated by a dev, and he's like, he lives in a completely different world to me. So I've only really been doing, you know, Java style C# development, maybe some front end web dev in the last 15 years. So, you know, if you only do one thing, you're only good at one thing. That's the way to think about it. So it depends on what you want to be able to do. But, you know, I also do like a bunch of other stuff too. I do animation and the rest of it. So, okay. I need a task. This is annoying for me, just procrastinating. I noticed just now when I selected some of these nodes, I can't see the event tab. So this needs to be when we spawn that. I mean, I need like a bug repository for this. Hang on. We have this planning doc. Maybe I'll just do it here. Sorry to flashbang everybody. Iteration 2. I think I've done all of these. Can't pan or zoom. Not anymore. Dragging a connection from a port doesn't feel great. So that's fine. Connection, that's fine. Done. Done. Clicking a node and dragging causes it to snap down right. Done. Spacing here could be better. Done. Should these options have an absolute screen size? Not relevant. Filter labels a cutoff? Not anymore. Changing settings has no clear feedback. Still an issue. Not a fan of the word refresh. Done. Actually, I think refresh is still there. Group operations, add node to group, don't mark as dirty. Okay. So it's really just, I think I can just delete all of this pretty much. Whoop. What are we looking for? Oh, the event panel. Okay. It's 3:20. Hey. Thank you so much. Thanks for watching. All right, I want to work on Insignia. I'm shifting gears. Let's change the stream title. We're pivoting. Hey, thank you so much for the sub. Oh, I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. I'm going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get into dev. Thank you so much, Fuzzy Dice. Whoa, I'm still here. Thank you so much, Fuzzy Dice. I appreciate your sub. Okay. Hey, Hakirat Singh, we do have a Discord. Yes. How can I find you? How can I find it for you? Let me get that link for you. Okay. So I'm just going to go for it right now. I'm just going to go. Ah, thank you so much. I'm just going to go and start putting stuff in the game. So we're going to go over to here, and then checklist. Chapter 4, Ustawick checklist. Lock that in. Start at the beginning. And go for it. So, East Desert limits. Mm-hmm. And then, mm-hmm. Yeah. One sec, pals. So, okay. Sure. I think what I'm really missing right now is there are gameplay elements here for the rest of the chapters that if I don't solve, we can't move forward. So that's just what needs to happen right now. A lot of the gameplay that's going to fit between the story for these chapters needs to be completely solved. So chapter 1, we have Arise, Scale, Charge, and then Gravity. Okay. What is Gravity? There's only one thing that's called Gravity, and it's Gravity Slam, which we'll come back to that. Question mark. Okay. And then Plunge, Wall Run, Entropy. And then we need, we'll call this Wall Ride. And then something else, but we don't need it just yet. Then we've got Explode, frost, drill, and slide. Drill. Yeah, I like that one. I think drill is cool. We built that recently. Oh man, I always get that wrong. Okay, it's this one is what I want. So the idea here is we can go boom, boom, boom. Hey, thanks for the sub. Okay. So I think the drill's kind of cool. I'm going to keep it because I like pogoing. I just think it's a fun thing to do in these games. The bar bugging you. The bar? The bar? You mean this? I don't know. It's a flat rectangle. No, it's not. You mean the small health bars? That? The main one? That's not a flat rectangle. It's not gonna... You mean you want it to have a little angle on it? When it's less than 100% health? No. I wouldn't do that. That's not how, like, if you want to measure something and it has like an angle on it, it's going to be harder to know how much you have. Yeah. Anyway. Let's keep going. So... I like the pogo. I think that's kind of fun. There's fun stuff we could do with it. Most of this, I think, comes down to how fun is it to use. Slide, I also really like, and I think I might want to... I don't know. I want to see how far we can go with slide. I just think there are some really cool things we can do with it that I'm not getting the most out of it. But it is cool. So then that can stay. Frost. Have we committed to that? It looks like we have. What did I do with that? I should start putting these into like buckets. Pardon me. Like group buckets. So like this, create group, slide. Whoop. And then let's just make this go back to black and transparent. Apply. Thank you. Or even just, because it's causing me problems. That can go. Cool. So that's slide. Might be cool to give these colors. I'd be open to that. This is plunge. This is frost. This is reflex wave, so that's another water one. Lightning rod, drill ability. What is lightning rod? Well, that's kind of cool. I don't remember doing that. It's Pokemon. It's Pikachu. It's Pikachu. Oh, that's sick. Come at me, bro. Come at me, bro. See ya. It's Pikachu. Cool. Okay. Well, that can stick around. That's fun. So what do you do with this? Call a bolt of lightning from the sky. Pikachu Smash Brothers. Trigger electric objects. Pull airborne things from the sky. Damage nearby enemies. That's fun. That's fun. I need to make some airborne enemies. Ah, that's so cool. That's so cool that I can just grab that from the sky. Yeah, I love the pull something down towards me. That's sick. I think we could do lots of stuff with that. That's totally good. It's not really a platforming ability, but to bring a platform closer could be totally fine. I can't see that being too much of an issue. The other ones typically have like, I think what I want to do is like 2 that are like, so it's like the rule is something like this. For every color in the game, I might have already written this somewhere. Literally, I literally have written it already. For each elemental color, 1 that moves the player through space, cardinally. 1 that moves enemies or objects. 1 that interacts with the environment. And then 1 that is a really cool attack. It's just a really cool hitbox. So that's fine. I don't know what pull is though. I mean, of course, but I don't have this implemented, do I? Okay, it's here. I have one where you drop out of the sky like a lightning bolt, for sure. So I need one where you pull enemies towards you. It's basically the same as what I just did, but lightning bolt, lightning bolt. Hi, Lazy Beer. Welcome. Okay, so I'm thinking we could do... I guess I just go for it, right? It doesn't really even matter. I just make it. If it doesn't already exist in the game. Do I have a thing called torrent water? No. Let me just check the abilities. Do I have one for blue? Projection, frost, reflex wave? I don't. Okay. You have? Should we call it RIP? Okay, pull ability. Let's just go for it. Let's go for it. Ability state. And its job will be to okay. So what do we want to do? We want to go, you do the thing, water effect appears. It could just be a hitbox. It doesn't have to be like the whole screen, but I hate when that happens. How do I close this desktop? Dude, I hate it. I always accidentally, every time I press accidentally control Windows key, it creates a new desktop permanently. And I don't know how to get rid of them. It's not this. It's not here. It's not here. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Huh. Windows key tab. Okay, now we know. So lightning rod has a game object called lightning ball. Water object. What else do you have? So the idea here is that we are kind of like with the sword pulling towards us, and a torrent of water comes from the right side of the screen and comes towards us from the right, or from in front of us. Sup, toilet sink? Yeah, so we're sort of pulling the thing towards us. Maybe we could just do a little quick sketch of this thing. So like maybe there's like a... This is he's facing away from the camera right now. And then he goes... Hang on. If I do his cloak, it'll be more obvious. Like he's holding it forward. Cool. This is called Leonardo. And this is Figma. Oh, you could hold it. That's kind of cool. I quite like the idea of holding an ability to get more out of it. Thanks. So, we need to make a new scene from a template. Level template, gray boxed, and this is going to be called water pool test. All right. Have I got the pull ability? It's 9, which is now gravity pull. Which is going to be replaced with pull ability. Okay. And this is a blue ability. Okay. So we don't have an icon yet. So now we just need a way to do it. I think the override is also return true, so I actually just will leave that off. All right. Let's see what I got here just before I go too far. I remember that. Okay, I'm pretty satisfied that I don't have anything like this. Blade beam, bounce, wave, there, dive, slash, drill, flame effect, helicopter, lightning rod, helicopter, pull ability animations. All right. All right. It should be a main theme. If you just go like edit preferences under theme. There's just a dark and a light theme. You just pick the dark one. This is almost like a JoJo pose. In fact, it might literally be a JoJo pose. Okay. Let's not get too perfectionistic about it. Hey, Wanderer. I feel like it needs to be even more like exerted. And give me a little bit more. Maybe the back gets arched a little bit and we bring the head back up. Maybe we could bring the back over bring the sword further out. So how would you turn your body to make this work? Actually, it would be the legs would have to be the opposite orientation. This leg has to be back here. I'm confused. Hang on. Let me think about it for a second. There'd have to be like a sweep of the leg. It's doable, but this leg is not this leg. You have to basically swivel 180 degrees in the turn. Well, he'd be sliding this way with this foot spinning that way. He's not stepping forward. He's pulling. Imagine you're pulling on a big rope. So it's all good. It'll work. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's pulling back. We could even do a bit of like a... kind of want it to go the other way, don't I? I'll get there. It's not really that important right now. I just need to hold these 2 frames. So I think I'm fine. Let's just get rid of this and get rid of this. Save it. Call it pull. People playing this sprite games, why not AAA games? Because people like these games. I don't know what else to say. This game came out like a month or 2 ago. It's made like $4 million. People still like him. How did I do the lightning bolt? Also, it's not one or the other, you know? You can do both. You can play both. I like to play AAA games when they're good. It could be like a... It could be like a spin instead. He could be like pulling it like a rope. Or maybe there's like a final thrust when if an enemy gets pulled into this zone, he does a final like stab. Like a big thrust at the end. I have ideas about every ability having one extra little thing it does if you use it in combat correctly. So maybe like this pulls enemies towards you, but then lets you sort of thrust forward and get a bit of forward air momentum afterwards. Or I don't know, something like that. Maybe you can jump off of them. You know, like if they fall at your feet, you can jump off them. I don't know, just something like a little bit extra where if you do it right, you get to do something. Okay. Point 3. Hmm. That's a bit much. Oh, you're one of those people. Oh. Wait, you've been following since August 2023, so maybe we'll just... I don't really want to click that link, by the way, but I might just delete that message. Might just time you out. It's so much. Why is it doing that? Oh, because it's an air state, so there's no way of... There's no friction on it? It's so much. That's better. That feels good. That feels really good. What's the best way to support me? Hey, Knell. Patreon is always a really good way if you can find my Patreon. I actually need a bit of support right now. I'm really struggling. If anyone is interested in making sure that these streams get to keep happening, I super appreciate your support because we're not doing so hot right now. Yeah, well, the pull is quick because we've only got 2 keyframes right now. We haven't really done much with it. That's fine for now. Cool. Thank you, this guy NZ. Thank you so much for that sub gifted to MD France. I appreciate it. Okay. So that's that much done. And then the lightning thing, what did I do to make that work? Because I think that worked really well. There's a lightning ball with an animator on it. I see. Hey, Stale Art, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate you. This does make sense, but I think on hit confirm, I want this thing to kind of give whatever it is that gets hit by this some like velocity or something that says, hey, now you go to where Armin is. rather than just giving it some, you know, like I almost want them to be magnetized to us. Because what's the point of pulling if you don't know where they're going to end up? It should be something like, let's have a look. Let's call like this the sweet spot. Right there. So it's like if they are anywhere in this range, and anywhere in this range, they go that way by 1 unit. Hey Lathe, how's it going? Thanks, Catalina Castillo. This is called, oh, so Scabs, thanks so much for the sub. Nanomius, this is called Leonardo for Windows by Henning Tegan. Okay. That's pretty straightforward, I think. It's hard to say like to an enemy in the game like go here, but I could give them a state depending on, I could put them in their hurt state or do some sort of version of the hurt state where they're in the falling animation or in an idle animation, because every enemy has only a limited number of animations. This is where like a 3D game would be really good, because you could just give everyone the same like whoa animation where their like arms go back, the chest goes forward, and they get flung towards us. I don't currently have, I mean, I could take their fall down state, like the Martin. These guys have this frame. Like I could rotate their sprite renderer and have them move towards us like this. That would actually work. And then I just go straight to their like, maybe like a hurt animation facing the opposite direction. Well, the thing is, I don't have to animate them if I know they already have, a lot of them already have this frame. So I could say, if you have a fall animation, give all the enemies that have a fall animation this other thing called fall towards or something, or like pull towards. And then I can just leverage their fall animation at this specific, with this specific logic. So I'm not redrawing anything, I'm just reappropriating. Or maybe I just make a new state called fall and just use this frame. I don't know. Because then we could use the hurt animation. Or we could put them in the first frame of their hurt animation. So we could go. Oh, that's kind of cool. Just put them in the hurt animation facing the wrong way, and then they'll end up facing us. It's like he's being dragged towards us. Whoa. That's kind of cool. That works. All right. So it's just a hitbox. It's just a hitbox that puts them in the hurt state. And then I guess we could create a state for them. Like when Armin gets grabbed, he goes into what I call like a slave state. So it's like, but the slave state just says, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not doing anything until my owner, the master state, either stops or tells me to let go. So Armin, for example, when he gets grabbed, he turns invisible. And then I've got the Armin pixels are on the thing that's grabbing him. So I can do them hands overlapping him and stuff. And then when it says, okay, I'm done grabbing you, I let go. Then he goes, okay, I'm back in the scene and I can do whatever I need to do. So here it would be like, you are just now my property, pull you towards me. And then when I'm finished, I let go. And then you can go into your normal animations again. We could do that. What is this state? Why do we use this? Oh, that's not, where am I? Okay, I'm somewhere else. Yeah, could do that. I like my way better, if I can use it. So it's an animator. It's an object that's disabled. Let's just use it for this for now. That's the game object. Although I think here it's set as an animator. No, it's a game object. Oh, this game about 10 years. Okay, I'm just interpolating it towards us. I might as well literally just copy this whole class, really. Hey, bank shot. Just taking a little break. Short break. Hey, Bumman's one zig. Thank you so much. Thanks for the sub. I know I'm literally copying like all of the code for this, but it's going to diverge, I promise. I just wanted to start with a template that I know works. I didn't spawn it. Oh, because I'm not calling the function. What's the name of this thing? Spawn water? Pour water. That was pretty cool. That was first try. Oh no, I can't do it. Okay, this is where it's going to be a bit funny. Because the lightning effect, right, that always pulls down. Down is not the direction that we can't just say, well, it's down. It's got to be towards Armin, which could be left or right. So this water ball, I guess, actually, no, do you know what? We might be able to get this done because we just have to say, oh yeah, it's forward relative to the ball, I think. The effect vector is 1 and 0, assuming that the ball is facing the correct direction at all times. So if I'm like this and I go, okay, that was the wrong way, but I think I need to make it face the right direction. So when I spawn the water, I have to say water object dot yes, face me. Very good. But not quite. Other way, face towards me. Oh, that was freaking sick. Dude, that was exactly what I would have wanted. And you know what? It would just be cool if there was just a hitbox that was here. That just appeared on like even this frame and just stuck around for a little bit. So that if something did get pulled towards me, it just gets hit by this. And then even if it had like an upwards vector, doing like 15 damage with like a 2 hit stop, a 3 knockback, poise value of like 15 again, and then hitbox direction of up. Just let him chew on that one. Let's try that again. It's tough because right now, unless the ability has this ball has a forward vector, I might need to give it a slightly upward trajectory. So the effect vector needs to be like maybe like 0.1, just to knock them up off the ground. Because right now they're gonna slide along the ground if they get knocked down by the ability. But the ability shouldn't. Whoop. Oh, that's pretty cool. Did you choose to scale on the X for any reason? I rotate my sprites using Y180. In your opinion, does it really matter? Same thing, I think. I think the outcome is effectively the same. I've been scaling on the X. As long as you're consistent, I think that's the goal. I've been scaling on X forever. That's not great. That's why. Whoops. Vector 2 dot right or transform dot right. Yeah, you're probably right. Is there a reason you stream on this channel instead of the main one? Yeah, originally when I started streaming on this channel, I noticed that I got quite a lot of unsubscription events, as in people were unsubscribing for seeing the stream just every day. New video from Adam C. Eunice. It's a 5-hour stream, right? It's kind of like they didn't ask for that. They subscribed because they want to watch tutorials or whatever. So when I do a tutorial, they get that and they don't get bombarded with my daily streams. This way, people who want to watch daily streams and get reminded and see them in their feed, they get them. I like that it shows blue. It's like, you mean blue, right? Because you're doing a water ability. Okay, so it really is picking somewhere that's not where I'm looking. So water start pause equals hit.collider is null. So hit from core position to facing direction. Oh, hang on a second. Is this the... Oh, no, that's the direction. Yeah. Times length. Yeah. 832, negative 481. Where is that? Yeah, that's exactly where I expect it to be. Whoa. Oh, I got confused. There we go. I'm happy to commit that. How'd you go last night, Zach? Oh, thanks. I can show you some more like actual gameplay. So there's a couple of things I could show you. One is like the platforming stuff. So the combat abilities in the game, you pull them off of enemies, and those enemies are effectively like elemental bound. So like this enemy is like a snake that you can jump on to spring upwards. But if you take his ability, you can also obviously jump upwards. This hedgehog charges at you, but if you parry him, you can charge back. So now you can do stuff like that. So we got the bounce, we got the charge, but you can also replace the bounce with this wall run. So you sort of swap back and forth. Then you can do little puzzles like this. So then later on in the game, a little bit later on, there are enemies that can do a little bit more complicated stuff. So if you attack them, they don't take a lot of damage, and their attacks have directions. So now you have parrying, but it's directional parrying. So they have that little bar down the bottom, the yellow bar, and that's what you use to add pressure. So you have to parry in the opposite direction of what's coming. So that's a back step. Back step, back step. Oh, that needed to be up. Back. So then there are enemies in the game who will attack you with directions. and then that's how you steal the abilities off of them. And then once they're dead, you get to keep the abilities. So now I can run around using those abilities that I got off of the hound. So that's the core sort of setup. And then obviously later in the game, there'll be abilities that you can, there'll be like zones where you can't go through an area unless you've got an ability. So like here, the first time you come through this area, you won't be able to take the ability off that because you haven't unlocked it yet. So when you come up to this wind, that's wind going upwards, whoosh, you can't like do anything. You're just stuck on the wind. Then later, when you get this ability, well, actually you'll come from a different direction, but you can steal this ability and then use it to descend through the wind. And then that's also just like a separate combat ability. As you go through the levels, you'll find more unique and different abilities you can take, and different enemies that have different things going on. Like this ability here is like a kick. It's like a flaming kind of like spinning kick. But if you use it on one of these, it becomes a wall run. It's like a run with a kick on the end. And yeah, it's also got a really cool story, and I don't want to. It's like a really epic fantasy story. I feel like I've done so much already, but I just need to like get. There is like a proof of concept with some of these abilities, or like for the grey boxing for the game. Like there's a point where I've got to have all the abilities, and I've got to have like at least a mock-up of what like the boss fights will look like for some of those abilities. I have like one that happens at the end of chapter 1, which is in the current demo. So this is after you've just learned how to parry. This is the librarian Harriet. She spawns these guys you need to do 3 hit combos with, and then you parry her quill that she throws at you. And then I don't stream on Kick. Although I think someone offered me to stream on Kick. I can't remember why did I think that? Maybe there's an email I need to read. I will be clear. There is like, my goal is to make it as trivial as possible. There are ways that it can be more or less trivial. So when it comes to sort of like this stuff, it's pretty trivial. Like using the platforming abilities to get around is like, you just press the button and he goes the distance he needs to go. Me, I'm sort of styling a little bit here. This, I mean, you need to be able to jump and then use the ability. I guess, I don't know if you can make it without it. There you go. Yeah. So you can kind of just, as long as you hold forward and use the ability, you'll make it across. This again, it's just like you press the button and you go all the way to the top. Here again, as long as you use it. I guess that's a little tight. Like you have to sort of like jump, use it, hit the wall, and then use the next one. It's not, for me, it's trivial. Obviously I'm the dev, but there is a lot of timing stuff for the more tight combat related things. So like the parrying actually is quite demanding right now. But that's not intended to be like, this enemy is intended to be kind of like a mid-game sort of difficult enemy. Like these 3 parry sequences is like, it's kind of tough. Because you need to be able to recognize the ability and then respond to it correctly, which is hard. You hold the attack button down to block, and then you press the direction that is opposite to where the attack is coming from. So I press back, down, back, up, down. So I mean, like, it can be difficult, but it's not supposed to be difficult the whole way through the game. It's supposed to be more like, it gets difficult, but you've been doing it so long that it's not that complicated for you. Like by the time you're doing it, you know, it's like, oh, okay, I could probably, I'll show you. There's like a little thing here. Where you train against this little training Mokujin robot. So it's not really animated yet, but you hold attack and then you just press the button on the punching bag. No. So, I mean, that's pretty hard to get to like 40 or whatever. But my record is, I what was it, 50? So you can see here, like, that's a forward attack. So if I press back, I parry it. And then like this, you know, this guy's a little hard. But he's supposed to be hard. Oof. I'm just gonna get out of here. Anyway. Wishlist Insignia. Not that. Press the button. Do I ever do playtests? Yeah, we do playtests. You can join the playtest right now by pressing this button. So we do like phased playtests. The playtests contain like the first one contains the whole chapter, and then I've got separate tests for different features of the game that you can test out as well. Okay, so right now I'm really happy with how that water ability came out. I think I really want to do more work on the VFX for the water. I think that's like, if I could just get that in the trailer, I'll be so much more comfortable. So, I mean, water VFX right now, like, we kind of got a bit stuck on it. It really... I love these effects. I just couldn't find a good way for them to be additive. I found that like this was so fun doing this. Gosh, if I could make it look like that when you do water abilities, amazing. The problem was the directionality was really hard to do procedurally. We had this thing. I was looking at, like, could I just stitch together forward ones, downward ones, you know? I just don't know if that reads like water or just like blue fire. To me, that's like spirit fire. It doesn't really read like water. And I've got a few places where I've been testing different water VFX, none of which am I happy with. Where are you? This one? Yeah. This thing here, like that, kind of looks like something, but it's more like explodey water than it is like flowy water. So maybe the answer is like this, right? Where it's like a piece at a time. Like if I take one of these pieces and bring it over to here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. See that? How like it's so little. It's not like a lot of, like one particle is pretty small here. But maybe if I made it like bigger, every particle bigger, I guess the concern would be something like, what is the minimum? If I just spawn water where it is, but it wants to travel, like if it's baked in as traveling water, I guess I would need to do a version that has no velocity and then a version that has different of a velocity in the downwards, the down forward, the forward up, and the up. maybe just directional and then I rotate it as well could be the alternative. The only thing is that water, like what makes this look so good is the water dropping out of it at the bottom. Like the way it's like dripping downwards in velocity. I guess we could have separate drippy particles that is just a completely different particle system. Because I got the splashies. See the splashy bits? They're fun. This, I've got 2 splashies. Splash, splash. And then I've got like a bunch of different layers that are doing different things. So maybe it is just about... Well, there is no calm in this. It's all for VFX for attacks, this stuff. There's no scenario where we need it to sort of just... I mean, it's possible that an attack could not have a velocity to it, but these are mostly... It's mostly to trace, like, you know, in this case... hang on. See that? Like the trail that went behind me? No, I mean everything, like the fire, everything is really just, it's a brush is what it is. I treat my VFX like brushes. So the brush says, I'm here and I'm in real time. If I move the brush, it goes, I need to move this far, 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 over time. So it can just be idle. If I just spawn it at this position and say, stay there forever, it'll go, okay. If I go this far in one frame, it'll try to paint the particles along that in one frame. So I can splash on the end of a roof. Do you mean a wave? Curve. Well, the thing is, it's not, there is no end. Do you know what I mean? Like it's just, here is the effect in this point going in this direction. It doesn't know when it's finished. I guess I could do an event. Yeah, on a velocity change, I guess I could check. I could do whatever we wanted, really. You want to splash when it stops. For the curve above. For this, you want to splash what? Here. When the derivative of the curve changes. We could check that. Yeah. The problem that we have is that for me to even prototype this in a way that actually works, I need to put like 2 or 3 hours into animating a specific kind of water thing. Then I need to make sure that it looks good for what I need to validate it. And then I need to add to it in a way that, like, it's this big, like, one-shot pipeline where I don't really get a chance to, yeah, but like none of them will work the way that this needs to work. That's the problem. Every time you have a slightly different implementation, the actual V effect is so different. Like this, for example, I animated these. Let me go back to like this stuff here. Like that is kind of vertical and it curves backwards a little bit. This is kind of like a spiral. This is like a spiral the other way. This is kind of me testing out like a blobby thing, more like hot water. This is more like an explosion of water, which didn't quite work out. This is like water going upwards for as long as I want it to stay around for, and then it dissipates. This is like a spiral. Do you plan to get more funding? Yeah, definitely hoping to. So like none of that's really right for what I want. Like what I need is like water goes in one direction for a little bit. I did have this yeah, where I was like, it's just a bubble that's just living, and I've got that like those like caustics happening inside of it. Unfortunately, I think it just looks a little bit too like gel, because it's not flowing. So this is the thing. Water as a visual effect, water needs direction. Water flows. That's the thing. And so you can't really do a water V effect unless you know what direction it's trying to go in. And so if we're trying to do dynamic water, we have to basically give it different, directions or whatever. And it's not just, well, let's just do it procedurally. It really is like you either need to pre-bake the exact curve you want, or you need to find some middle ground where you get a curve that's so close to what you want. But, you need to like half bake it and half be procedural, or like bake something that can be reused in a procedural way. It's hard. I tried it for like a week. We could try more though. It's like, what's the minimum distance it's allowed to go? Like if we take Armin, this is kind of how I got here in the first place. Say this. If I was trying to model that with the water, what is that? What's the smallest number of turns that I would use if I was using this modeled thing? Is it like 1, 2, 3, 4? Is it like 1, 2? Like, they have to be some set number. So let's say it's 32 pixels. Like that, maybe that again, and then like that, and then maybe like straight down, and then that way. Maybe that would be okay. The Warrior says, if I could ask how to put more energy in my animations. Oh, that's hard to answer. I mean, you have to get more experience as an animator to do that. It's about timing. It's about weight transfer. That's usually the big two. How long something takes and how the thing that the energy moves through affects the thing afterwards and beforehand. So, I mean, we could definitely stack them. We could have like a few 32s going like, okay, that's 32, and then another one here. Like you could do more than one. But you're still left with this task of making it look like an intentional arcing thing, or whatever. And then it's, what is it? Is it like something doing this? Is it straight? Is it going like this? Like, what makes this look like water? Kind of doesn't really look like water. A lot of it's sonic cues. You know, in a way you could say, well, a lot of what makes water look like water is this descending pattern. Like if it's always going down, maybe that's what it is. But then you can't really, if the water is going upwards, if it's shooting upwards, you can't make it go down, 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 down. You'd need it to be spouting upwards. And if I was drawing this by hand, I mean, you know, we could look at that question. I'm getting a phone call. It looks like it's supposed to be spam. I don't know. A lot of what makes something look like water is, I think, the longevity of the water. You know, like seeing it drift, seeing it travel is what makes it look like water to me. And I think a lot of the residue too. Yeah, maybe even like bits coming off this way. And then also like I can do it. This is obviously very rough. It's also the continuity of it, right? Like watching it go right and spill along the floor, and like that's what would make it look really like water. Especially if you had some sort of like because it is just a particle system. Like it is just a lot of little, small, tiny particles interacting with each other in a big fluid dynamics thing. But I wouldn't do that for a video game. I would never try to animate this unless this is exactly what I was animating. You know, like if this was a canned animation, sure, I might do something like this. I'm trying to see if I learn something by doing this exercise. One sec, pals. Yeah. The problem is that it's not an attack. Again, it's a brush. So because it's a brush and not an attack, it needs to be able to be used for anything. At least that was the goal with the VFX system. It's possible that we could just go, nah, let's just do whatever we want. But it's really helpful for me, for example, in this context. I did this with it took me 0 seconds today to be able to program this to go, oh, I can make it that long, or I can make it that long, or I can make it that long, right? It's because it's a particle system. Same with the fire. That fire is drawn on a line that curves. So I can make it look really cool just, you know, just because. I think there's like... There's something here that I keep feeling of like... You know, if you just go like... Just a little like... You should just be able to spawn a ton of those and have it work. But for some reason it doesn't seem to be... I don't know why that doesn't work. Why doesn't that work? That's too many, obviously. This is Unity. If I look at the fire, these are only like, that's it. That's the fire. I mean, fire is a little more explosive. Water, I think, is just it's so much more complicated. Maybe I just need to do like the very, very, very most basic possible thing I could do. And then build from there. So maybe I literally just go literally that. Like ba 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 ba. And then I just build something out of that. But first I test it in the game like that. It's more about a process, the warrior. If you have a good process, your imagination, you can serve your imagination better. You don't have to have a perfect imagination. You need to be able to put something on the canvas and then understand it what it needs to do to go forward, to go to the next frame, or to be adjusted. So we could just make this like that, and then literally just I guess like I could do a version that's like this again. I guess the question is like, how much are we gonna need like custom directions? How much does it matter which direction it's going in? Because the next one would be up and down. I hate how this works. Transparent's no good because it needs to stack. I think they changed something about Sprite that makes me very happy. Used to be that you could only... I think you had to pick the frames before you picked the selection. When you want to do a selection over multiple frames, I think you used to have to go like this, and then if you did this, it went away. But now it feels like I can do either of it and nothing bad happens. You can ask me for advice. What's going on? Hey, thanks for the follow, Maximiliano. Maximiliano. Tracing, I mean, observation is the big thing, not so much tracing. So I got this particle importer. Oh, okay, I make a sheet out of it first. Okay, cool. So I go here, I go 64, 64. That's my resolution here, yep. And then I just grab these guys and go drop it in. And I should get... Excuse me. That's it. So that will slice them all up, give them their own retro tags, and then I can import those tags. So it's like, there they are. I can import these into whatever particle system I want. So I guess what I do is I go this, bring this over here. Directional water test. And then I don't really have... like a velocity angle thing for this, but I could make one. Okay. So we got up, forward up, forward, little spermies. Okay. diag down. And then 4 is down. Pretty quick. Now. Now I would need some sort of a script to the weird thing about these particle systems is you need to have one on the parent object to make the child objects react if you're trying to drag it around in the editor. It's stupid, but anyway. So what we need to do is plot the water by angle, basically. Let's look at this transform particle emitter and see what it does. I think what this does is emits over distance in a way that is better than what I currently do. Can't you just align it to the source on spawn rather than manual angles? Well, the idea is that when this is done, they're going to be different visual effects based on which direction they're supposed to go in. So like the water that's going down is going to have drips or whatever. It's going to appear differently. That's the concept. But I'm trying to do a proof of concept first. By just doing the base version. I might not need to do this. I might need to just one forward one and then just literally align it to the angle. That's possible, but I feel like it's not right. I might even need multiple like animations per angle. Whoa, I just got a message that I can't see where the person who sent it is. Zach Morris says, yeah, I don't know why Unity has not just figured out if you can grab the parent, play the children. Yeah, where did you say that? Who said that? You're not on YouTube and you're not on Twitch. Huh? That's gotta be on YouTube, right? But I didn't see the message. Nope. Where are you, my dude? I didn't see him in the chat. So weird. Yeah, I'm live on YouTube and Twitch. Have I got like 2 streams running right now? Please don't tell me. No, just the one. Dude, I don't know. Oh, it says top chat. I got you. Thanks, my man. Okay, so yeah, friends, I mean, like, it's an awesome theory. I haven't proven that yet. So the thing is, I don't know if this is going to need directionality baked into the art is the question. If you align a particle, if you align the forward one to the upward direction, and in the forward one, I've baked in eventually drips of water going down, it's going to look like they're going forward, right? The drips. Like, this isn't the effect. This is literally just the most simple thing I could imagine drawing that looks like it's going forward. This isn't what I'm planning on doing. So it's literally just like, I just got to put something in here and then see if it's even feasible. Like, the length of these, like, is the length good? Is the frequency good? I don't know yet. I'm just trying to try something. Maybe we try just the forward system and we align it. I mean, I don't mind just trying the first one because it's less. I just feel like I already know that I'm not going to be able to prove anything with that. Yeah, but it might not even, like, again, it's not that what you're saying is wrong. It's that, like, the core visual effect might need directionality, even separately from just adding, like, what you're saying is, like, linguistically, it makes sense. Like, I know what you're saying, but, like, whether that effect visually sells is a different, complete thing. Do you know what I mean? Like, as a suggestion, it's great. I just have been doing this long enough that it hasn't so far made sense that way, to do it that way. I've tried. I have got versions that do just have drop particles coming out. See, there's drops coming out here, but it's not, you know, this is all about the execution, not just about the concept. I gotta go, pals. Can't seem to get it to rotate. Yeah, I just don't know how to do that. Oh, start rotation. Oh, I see. I mean, we could just make this a different number. There we go. Okay. So first of all, like, not having the pixel art be diagonal is also a reason why I wouldn't just rotate them. But let's just, for now, assign the start direction to velocity. Down. I can't tell what I'm doing wrong. So the direction is up. When I move right, it goes up. When I move left, it goes down. So I've got a minus 90 degrees. But it's minus this angle. Yay! Okay. Okay, that's not too bad. Do you know what? I'm actually quite impressed by how well this works. I'm a little concerned about how rigid it is, but if they were thicker, it might be fine. And then like the problem is we need to only pick 45-degree angles. We can't sort of do this. That actually really does look like water. Why does it look like water? The dissipation is just about right, isn't it? I think it's something to do with I mean, I would love to be able to make that work. My only concern is the rotation of the pixels. So yeah, but then we get this kind of issue of I actually don't want it to do that. I actually would prefer for it to be like this and for each bit to be more chunky rather than to just spawn a ton of particles. I want fewer particles, but they're more painterly. That would be the goal. Is fewer, thicker, more painterly particles that have the addition sort of baked in. This is what we'd really be working with. This is the closer version to what I'm actually trying to do. So I think we would need to do it much more regularly than that. I think that's okay, as long as the water itself doesn't look like it's going so straight. As long as the particles are all like splishy splashy. Every level is a separate scene, yeah. Want to see? These are all scenes, all Unity scenes. Okay. Because they're center pivoted, I wonder if I took all of them and moved them so it's like that. Rather than going through the pivot, they go up to the pivot. That might make them feel a little less blocky. Sort of feels like a little convergent, right? Like they're converging on the pivot. Like they're spawning out of the universe towards where we're moving. It's 45 limited because my actual art is 45 limited. So I'm just simulating what it would be like if I used my art to do this. So the alternative would be we push it instead from there. This aligns. These are going to be super divergent. Almost as much as me, I think. Let's try that. Yeah, I mean, the only other thing we could do is go like somewhat. We just pull it back a little bit. This tool is called Sprite. This tool is Unity. Yeah, that's no good. I mean, I can do additional angles. We could do if we agree that we don't need the what's the word? If we agree that we don't need down being different to up, then we could just do forward 22 degrees, 45 degrees. Also, it is possible to use a pixel perfect shader over this. See you, toilet. All right, I gotta go. Thanks, pals. We'll catch up with this later. Wishlist Insignia. I'm already like 20 minutes late. Booyah gets the raid today. Thanks, everybody. I'll see you on Thursday. It was a pleasure. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.